Planning on finishing this game today. Planning on it. We'll see what happens. I want to start my second playthrough. I can't imagine I have much of the main story left to go. I should be finished with it this stream. I think. So let's go ahead and get into it. Is my microphone is still working from last time. That's great news. Very good. I sent a feedback report to TikTok about their app breaking my computer. We'll see if they fix it. Probably not. If I had to guess, probably not. I booted it up again today just to see, and even just not streaming at all, just having the live studio for TikTok open completely lags my computer. Just like every 10 seconds. They seriously fucked something up with that update. Maybe they're sabotaging themselves. This is the manual save. Alrighty then. I never did get the expression on my face. That is unfortunate. That's okay. Fuck you, Kim. Fucketh
Hello,
you.
Mister Luby. Luby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then Uller.
Kids.
Exactly.
Bye.
Exactly. I saw somebody commented just a minute ago on my last live stream and said that if you mention the 2mm hole to the moral intern when you are talking to them, like I'm assuming from the ship, that they'll like take you away and kill you and you get a game over. Just fucking crazy. That's crazy. If they know it's here, then the fact they're just leaving it is sort of nuts. I mean, you would think they have some documentation on why the church was built in the first place if it was indeed built around the holes. But then why the hell would they just let it go to waste? What are they doing? Fucking liberals, dude. It's always the damn liberals.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Okay. Ask the twins where they heard it? I already did that, though. What? I had a dream last night that I had fire powers. That was pretty cool. I don't know if anybody else has this. I'm starting to think I may be bipolar. I was actually going to look up if there's any sort of test I can do.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
There. We were there. Uh-huh.
Full circle. Back to Feld, then. When you're ready.
The boy turns the...
Um, this has nothing to do with what I just said, but I get into instances when I'm sleeping where, for whatever reason, I will force myself to wake up throughout the dream. It's been happening more and more recently, where the entire night is just me going to sleep, dreaming for a little bit, maybe 30 minutes or less, and then fucking jerking myself out of my dream. And I do that like 6, 7, 8 times in the night. I don't know why.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Encyclopedia. I have glasses that do that, right? Or am I already wearing those? No, I'm not. It's these. Nope, I was wrong. It's these. Correct. Do I have any points left? Nope. If I fail this, do I just, you know, I am curious if there is a way to soft lock yourself. Because without any skill points, I wouldn't be able to redo the white checks one way or the other. And if I failed an important check at this point in the game, with basically no XP left to get, what would happen if I just failed every check relating to what's inside the building? Would it just be like, well, sucks for you, can't finish the fucking story? Is it the only encyclopedia thing I have? I think it might be. Inland Empire. I wonder if it gets to a point where you just can't solve the mystery, does it just game over you?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. You know a lot about radio. Enough to know you have no idea how or why those boys heard Speed Freaks FM in their heads. Knowledge like that isn't just obscure, it's unknowable. Dangerous theoretical facts like that are probably protected under the coalition government's Articles of Dominion, Title 14, Article 7C. While an expert might be able to suss it out on their own, a layman like you has no hope. You don't know how it happened, but the stores of your knowledge are vast, and there is something crucial in them. You know where Ruby isn't. She isn't in the fishing village. She's not with her bullet under the floorboards in the shack. So where could she be? The alcoholics never mentioned seeing Ruby either. Idiot Doom Spiral gave an exhaustive account of recent events, but never mentioned seeing Ruby. You've searched the whole coast for Morel's traps, just as you didn't find the Insulindian Phasmid. You did not find her. You've even entered the church, helped the ravers set up a nightclub, and overheard. Well, we don't need to think about that.
Yeah.
Point is, some criminals seek sanctuary from sacred buildings, though the sanctuary laws were abolished decades ago. But Ruby wasn't such a one. If she's here on the coast, she'll be here. And besides, something weird happened to the twins around here. It'd be nice to know what caused that. Another fact for your collection. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you, in her breath, flowing through it, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Am I just like a... I'm really curious if there's gonna be any actual explanation given to why I'm like a fucking psychic. Because this goes beyond alcoholism. This goes beyond, like, I'm literally John Constantine. I can hear the voice of this city, and I'm getting facts that I otherwise shouldn't have access to. Am I like a fucking, I don't know. Am I a Power Ranger?
Okay. Why?
The wind told me.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on
Easy
the
as that,
collapsed
dude.
side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
I'm 42, bro. Right? Or
There
40
has to
something.
be a way to
44?
use
46?
brute
I don't
force.
remember.
Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe.
I think it
Look
was an
around,
even number in the
find something
40s.
to break if the ladder fails.
Ah, we can go inside the drain pipe. Incredible. Can I use my giant weed whacker to fucking get this off?
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access.
It's a sewer pipe. How would that be basement
Your
access?
eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. The pipe is sleek with rain. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
A syringe! What's in it? Injected.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either.
This is a martial arts thriller.
However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
Does it?
He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere in the building.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
Broke into Kuno's apartment. Broke into Communist apartment? I didn't break in anywhere. Actually.
You and the lieutenant lean all your weight into pushing the doors apart, but you're not quite synchronized.
I was performing a criminal investigation. I have authority. I am the law. I didn't break in anywhere.
Let's take a breather and try.
Yeah, that ain't happening, brother. Where's this fucking magic door supposed to be, even? No, we're gonna climb. I have much higher fare.
A rusty ladder leads to
You can't tell me you wouldn't be able to, like, look at the...
That doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs
Look how
are rather
wide these bars are.
You'd
You
have
could
to
easily
use
fit yourself through
renowned
there.
records.
Break the fucking window.
However, they seem corroded, and the peeling rust is razor sharp.
It's fine.
In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty
180, what is
brutal
that?
there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder, instead...
5'9"? He's a little bit taller than me. I'm 5'7".
What if you were to do something more Subtle.
It's not quite 6 foot.
What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
What?
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Teleportation is not a thing.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
Huh?
That's not how physics work, detective. And even if it were, wouldn't you need some kind of apparatus? A teleportation field or... Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
97%.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and
Tell me.
the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself
What?
disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
Excuse me.
Okay, well, that's impressive, but...
Bam! You find yourself on the
What?
roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phase spider.
Those things suck. Phase spiders suck. Not as bad as sword spiders, but phase spiders are pretty bad. I mean, honestly, it's not the craziest thing in this game that teleportation would exist. That's honestly more believable than a 2mm hole in reality that's in the fucking church over there.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect...
I mean, I'm literally talking to, like, the spirit of this city constantly in my brain. I feel like teleportation is easily within the boundaries of this game's world. Especially this fucking nut job. I don't know what he's got going on. Let me in. What's up, by the way, him? Another postcard. Yeah. It's not the craziest thing. Oh yeah, the flashlight. I forgot about the flashlight. It's been a while since I had used the flashlight. What is this? Is this his, oh, this is the way back. Yeah. They make a scientific, well, technically it's not teleportation. We throw ourselves through the non-matter and pop out to the other side that is matter. So there's no actual... But then it's also disintegrating your reality and memories and accumulating them into the pail. So it's theoretically breaking you down. So it basically is teleportation. Because it's almost like it's breaking, like the game just said, it's almost like it's breaking your atoms down and fucking redistributing them. It may as well be teleportation.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, These seem incredibly advanced.
Advanced. Suggestion. It's a sex jacket. Oh, there he is. What's up, Kim?
2 rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open. Officer, are you okay?
Nah. I think we're just gonna leave him for your fleet. I don't think we really need him.
2 rusty metal plates.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there?
Fine. I pushed those giant metal doors.
From this side, the panels on the rails slide once you dust the sand off. With the help of your partner, from the other side, the doors open with a creak.
Would it be? They're basically elevator doors. I don't think it would be any easier on the other side.
I hope no one dangerous heard that. Yes.
We have a gun,
Time
brother.
to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Ah. Well, just in case, let me pull out my yacht. Let me pull out my yacht. Oh, so okay, so the basement door is underneath that you can't get into normally. I see. I have 2 bullets, one for her and one for Kim. In the beam of light, crevice, a crevasse. Communism.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes.
It's me.
The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a stove. You shudder.
Some radical or radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
Maybe I should move in.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
It's even got my picture already.
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
The same slit window I saw from the outside? Did I? Don't remember that. Oh, fuck, I'm running again. Whoopsie! It goes that way, so let's go the other way. A natural buzzing? Oh, I can't even go this way, okay. In that very short span of time, I already forgot that it told me not to run.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling.
She's harnessing the pale energy. She's harnessing the pale energy like in Deadpool and Wolverine. When the long finger lady harnessed the energy of the universe destroyer. We're gonna stumble upon that?
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Shoot her in the kneecap.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize.
It's already. I've already sort of done that though. She's willing to give the harbor to the Union. She's already left.
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Oh.
I don't know. Little things. But you're right. We've gotten everything we can from the Union.
I see.
We even opened that container.
So this is basically the point of no return. Where it's basically like, if you have other stuff to do, you better do it.
You've been very, very thorough there. Your fingers approve.
I still don't think that was a good idea. But yes, our affairs with the Wild Pines are in order, since she isn't in Martinez anymore. Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
I hope it is.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not.
Okay.
Either way, once we go deeper...
I mean, I
we'll be
stopped
much
running like halfway through. Ish. I remembered halfway through to not run. Well, if she tries to shoot, we'll just have to shoot back. We'll just have to shoot back. What a shame. A polar anorak. Wow. There's a full fucking coat just stuffed in the sewer? In the pipe? Kim, you know, it'd probably be best if you got your gun out. There she is.
Your entire body is paralyzed.
What the fuck?
Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain.
She's harnessing the void energies.
You hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you
I was
can
joking. I didn't think this would actually happen. Oh, come.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much.
I only have
or
one
fight.
health.
That will just make it worse.
Hopefully that was the only health minus I'm gonna get.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But
As she says
Oh.
the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathway. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Yeah, there's the cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM.
I can't level up any more than I already have. I just have to buy stuff, but I really would rather not. I've pretty much done absolutely everything. There's very few tasks left to do in the game. I have done the vast majority. Stupid. Oh, whoops. There's not much XP left to be got.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed.
I also have to
It's
buy
like
a few
1,000
HP
radio
things.
Stations are being blasted into your
Also,
head.
I think I actually have... I have
Her
alcohol or
words are
something.
The only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable. Can't say it's a...
As she says the word off. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain.
You're
Focus
under
on doing your
arrest.
job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
Excuse me. Oh my god. Okay.
You feel something.
God
in
damn,
your
I'm trying to
chest,
open my inventory.
an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left
Motherfucker.
arm. Very. There's
Okay,
the
so-
cop suffers.
Can't open my inventory there. Muy unfortunate. Don't I have something for this? Oh, I have substance use things. That's psyche. Do I really have to go back just so I can buy health items? He's got stuff, but I'd probably just rather get it from here. It's not that one.
To the
I always
left.
click on this one, it's not that one.
A small cabinet on the wall is
Okay, here. Okay, 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 here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, 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 here. I hope.
Okay. 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 I like how I walked in there, I just realized I walked in there with a flashlight and a gun. A loaded gun. To buy drugs. Okay, I've returned and I have alcohol, or I have whatever. I've got my pills. Hello? Excuse me?
suddenly.
Shoot her!
Your entire body is paralyzed.
Can I pre-fire her?
Aggressive white noise fills your skull. It's like
I know you can't say it's a...
as she says the word. No, buddy. That's not going to help. Don't focus on the pain.
Really?
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a
Are you
blood
gonna
vessel
kill me too?
exploded in your brain.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, we'd be dead already.
Just got
All
bucktooth.
things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here.
I wouldn't say this is reasonable.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its
She
fury.
is using the. I was fucking actually. That was a completely insane, out of left field, random prediction. She is actually utilizing the fucking pail. That's wild. It is like. It is. I can't believe I guessed that.
I hate to interrupt the deafening pain you're in, but Joyce said it was possible to force dimensions by using radio waves. This must be one of the devices used to send
Okay, she
radio
has
signals
a. I don't. Whatever. You're using one of the devices to send signals through the pail on me.
Wow. Check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong.
She's sending waves of the logistics of this. She's using a machine to send waves of nothingness, of like antimatter through my body.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Thank you for the very technical definition.
So, what we are experiencing
We're just talking through it.
is the concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime
Okay,
number
I didn't
generator
ask for all this.
It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
Ah, so that's why the kids heard it too. Why didn't their heads hurt them? Also, I'm going to be dead before she ends her explanation. As this is like the villain. This is the villain describing their plan before the final chapter or whatever. Except I'm actively dying while she's talking.
This must be how the twins heard the radio in their heads. They must have been standing by when she tested it.
I mean, I would get radiated from this, right? Radio waves have radiation. Like not noticeable amounts, but surely if you're doing something of this size, she's fucking shooting radiation at me. I'm screwed. I'm gonna become a mutant.
She likes telling you.
It's fucking Deadpool and Wolverine. It's Deadpool and Wolverine again. The parallels are just coming. They're just coming straight through. She's gonna turn me into a mutant. She's harnessing the pale energy to turn me into a mutant. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break through. I actually think I'm gonna die. I don't think a human could survive this long. How'd you get your hands on this?
Myself.
Cool.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
Even if we arrest her after this, she's ended our lives. Like, it's over.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
It doesn't matter. You've killed me. There is no possible way that I'm gonna live more than a year after this. I'm probably sprouting warts as we're talking. How long does this go on? Okay.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed
So
it.
you've killed all of us.
But I can imagine what you're going through.
You've given us all cancer. Congratulations. You've managed to kill us all.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to
I was
say.
doing my job and you've given me cancer.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
There's no point. I'm gonna die. What are you talking about? Deal on mattresses. Hey, turn that back on. Deal on mattresses. Those are pretty expensive. Ooh, Speed Freak. Soundgarden? No, this is more like Stone Temple Pilots or something.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
I should shoot you right now.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the version.
Just shoot her. Actually, just shoot her. She's killed us both.
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted
That's the
for
point,
long
dude.
enough, be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? What is this? I thought Titus and I had a decent collegial relationship. Oh, doesn't even matter. How can they be my boys when they're not even my friends? Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Does she mean that you're not a person whom other people like?
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same. Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity.
What would you say?
Place for herself.
Can you stop the cancer ray? Can we? I'd rather exchange letters at this point. Maybe we can speak through the sewer grate? Because I feel like I keep having to reemphasize, like, the level of exposure, we're fucked. It's over.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Mm-hmm.
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
I don't know, that face leaves me in a little bit of doubt of that. TBH. No offense.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she's perjuring herself.
I'm listening.
You have a gun.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it, but also,
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on. I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too. No, I did not.
You have a gun.
And the gun store, Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
A knocked-away 80 front loader. Two-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet. Not yet.
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls? Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
Really?
Is that blood on the ground before you? Are your ears bleeding?
Yeah, really? She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how
I mean,
she
I'd like to know how
was
far they
she
went,
felt
yes.
me,
It's
and
important to
valued
know
my
how much she
friendship
lied.
and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on. Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
By the way, DeLorean tragedies are still held in high regard for innovation in language and motifs. They are also known for overwrought emotions leading to catastrophic outcomes.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. This
Kim.
must be done.
Like I said before, Kim, we're already dead. You may as well accept it. We may as well get the most out of the situation.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Clausia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything. She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
Could the peephole have not been a peephole? Maybe the peephole is a gunshot hole? Maybe it was muffled? Because of that, she shot through the wall? Maybe the reason that he was kneeling was that he was tied up? And then he got shot in the head? There'd probably be residue, I guess. If it's a long shot, that's fucking crazy.
But even if this is true...
So it had to be one of the mercenary, the third mercenary then that we don't know, because otherwise who the hell could make a shot like that? One shot too, that's nuts.
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised. So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Also, if it is a breech loader, if it's not a regular bullet, it's a more powerful bullet or whatever the fuck. I don't really know bullets, but maybe that also explains how it would have gone through the wall. Or why they even needed a breech loader bullet to begin with.
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
But I suppose then how would they have lined it up if you couldn't see?
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
La who?
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant
La Puta Madre?
to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear it's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock, the cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Who the hell is La...
Right. Sure. You don't know. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two
I
guys
came
and a
in with the
lady. Guys
mercenary.
looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the
Or
only
no.
one in uniform.
But I had
All
to.
were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally.
No.
Well, this has been a great time.
She means it. You better make your move soon.
What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Hold on. So one of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. Who do we know? Who have I met? The fucking dude with his son, maybe? The other one was brooding, or maybe it was the dude I met in the apartment, the Sunday friend. Brooding. Maybe I haven't met him at all. It feels like I would have met him though. Maybe fucking Abigail is gonna, maybe don't call Abigail. It's gonna somehow tie back into this whole scenario. He's the missing link.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
I can't believe that worked.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again.
Who's the
It still
puta
hurts like
madre?
hell, but
All good.
I mean,
officer.
it's
Be
over
careful.
for us. It's over. We have cancer.
she looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
This took a turn.
You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only
Okay.
scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated. I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent.
Same.
We should check it out.
I also have a feeling that we didn't. Strangely enough. Okay, so it's not Classe. The dude that talks too much, is he possibly connected? The dude with his son, he did say they just rolled into town. Or whatever. I think he said something similar to that. Why would he have his son, though? Unless it's talking about the mercenary hit squad. But no. No, it couldn't have been the mercenary hit squad because they were already there. So, it has to be three other... Maybe the old fucking chick? The only one in uniform? What the hell is happening, dude? I thought this was like the tail end of the story. Now it feels like I just have like a whole nother...
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
It was the dementia grandma
It was pitched by
the
practiced
entire
hands.
time.
She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Let's save it for the end of the game. Let's not read it until later.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers.
I still don't know who the third mercenary is, and now there's 3 other fucking people that I
She's got good
have
taste
never heard
and
of.
must have taken whatever she recorded.
No, that doesn't make any
seriously.
sense. I was about to say something crazy. Maybe I just haven't met him. There's a good possibility that I just haven't met him. Didn't the one girl uh the one girl with like the Swedish kids and their music, didn't she say she was some crime lord's son or daughter, I mean? Because initially she was coming into town to start the drug trade. I mean, they wouldn't have come with me, though. I don't know, I'm just fucking shooting in the dark.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above.
That's why I don't write
in
with a
the
pen.
margins. It's a mix of logistical
Never take notes with a pen.
diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
So class Hay is obviously more, I mean, which I feel like is kind of obvious that she wasn't telling the whole truth.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones
But
probably
who
pertain
knows?
to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some
pen
difficult
for notes.
decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
You just have more of a chance to, or less of a chance to fuck shit up with a pencil. With pencil, you can erase. As long as you have a decent eraser, usually. As long as you're not making like 27 mistakes in one line. Every time I write with a pen, though, I just end up... I don't know, for me it's also harder to read writing that I've done in pen than paper.
Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would
We have
you
to talk to Kim
about La
about-
Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from today.
There's like a
It reads,
criminal underground element to this story.
even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
Am I really a little puta madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing in drug production and trafficking. A very bad person.
Well, then who are the people I brought with
He's
me?
not 100% sure you're not indebted to this very, very bad person.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to
What's
it.
up, Kira? Man, that whole sequence like took me to another dimension mentally. I'm not gonna lie. I've only been playing this for like an hour, and it feels like 2 days have just passed in my head. If that makes any sense. I'm like on another dimension right now. Who would be the... This is my issue. Make a hard save soon. As soon as we get out of here. Can I finally go investigate the boardwalk and see if the shot was taken from there? Because I haven't been able to do that until now. The only one that let me investigate was the very tip top. This motherfucker's not here anymore. Suspicious. So I did indeed arrive with somebody. I arrived with 3 people. Also, hold on, let me see if he has anything to say.
Yes?
Still nothing here.
There's some tear.
I arrived with 3 people in the whirling rags, and then I drove into the fence, backed out, drove out of the main area of the city, and then crashed my car in a lake. And that's when I met with Doom Spiral. And then I suppose I guess I just drug myself. How did I even... If I'm the one that took out... If I am the one that took out the billboard, and the tracks suggest that I did that after I had gotten to the whirling rags. January 16th in the US? Yes, it is. For a few more hours, indeed. How did I even get back over here after I crashed my car? Or back over to the Whirling in Rags? If the water lock was damaged. Because I did that and then came back. It's to celebrate your birthday. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere, you know? Happy birthday once again. He was also, well, he doesn't have his memories anymore, Tiago. Strangely enough, Tiago seems like he's connected to this in some way too. Because Tiago...
Hardcore. Sure. You helped me again. I told you.
There's that phrase again.
Hold on.
Yes. Better that. Sure.
Tiago is in... Tiago...
The mother of Hugh.
Even though he's lost his... I can't remember specifically what he said he was a part of. But he did say he was like a... He was like a crime dude. Surely he didn't come with me, though. Because I feel like it's implied that he's been there for quite a while, up in the rafters, slowly losing his memories. That's what I got from that. Yeah, Tiago's been in that church for a while, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's gotta be Abigail. Abigail's the fucking... He's the connecting piece, he's the missing link. It's Abigail. Or her. She has kids. I doubt she'd be like a psycho. Probably. I still have my gun out, by the way.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is...
I still have my gun. And I'm ready to use it, brother. I'm just itching. So there's definitely some people that I assume I just still have not met. There's no way that everyone that has been mentioned thus far I've met in some way. Because I don't even remember. Unless the fucking dice roller is somehow the goddamn third mercenary or something. She's actually just... But the fucking dice roller is... She's actually the mastermind. Or dice maker. She is the one who knocks. It was her all along.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, there's third mercenary.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers...
They look like stormtroopers. Also, that armor looks much better on her than it does on him.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
So she is new.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a
I think they
frontier
will
town
if they
or
want
a jungle
to.
outpost.
Maybe I can. I do have 2 bullets.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this.
Brother.
I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Weren't you geared up for this, buddy?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
You were such a hard ass for 90% of this game. And now he's face to face with the gun and all of a sudden he's...
Peaceful.
What the fuck? Who's that? Oh, I didn't even see his ass. There's a third one. Where did he come from? I thought there was only 3. What the fuck? Rude Hohenlohen?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible.
It's got like a...
But you can hear them.
like a bug mask on.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
I thought Lori was the third one. I thought the chick was the missing third.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all. Heavily armed.
This is the police. Let's walk away. Well. Where? I didn't see the chick though. Did I miss the chick? I don't remember seeing her at all. Okay, so there's 2 of them that just aren't here. All right. Interesting. Okay, the big dude partying out at some point. Okay. This is the police. I mean, theoretically speaking, first of all, I don't know if I have my best clothes equipped for this. I don't really know what clothes I have on right now. I'm assuming it's probably not the best for this circumstance.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
I disagree.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Reload and re-equip. It's weird. It's weird that the checks. It makes such a big thing about changing clothes to changing clothes to fit the checks, but then you can't actually access your inventory in dialogue, so you don't even know what clothes there's no way to check. I collected a decent amount of it. I just don't know if I have it on. I can't tell. I can't tell. I have no clue. Let me reload. I think I have the gloves on for sure. Yeah, I have the gloves on. I don't have the chest piece. And the boots. There we go. It's where you can't even access your inventory. So to even look. Is there anything else? I mean, what do I have, like? 3-5, that's not bad. I don't feel like we need suggestion. I'll probably just keep this in case there is a check. We could probably do a physical. If I have anything left that does physical. So this. Wait, no. It'd be a jacket. I like this jacket, though. Empathy, hand-eye coordination. Composure, shivers. Reaction speed, perception, electrochemistry. Trauma. Put that on. This gives me endurance. Fucking A. The plastic raincoat. Oh, that actually does give me physical. I see. Pain threshold, half-light. Logic perception, inland empire, pain. I need better glasses. Okay, I think I'm good. More of this awful, ugly ass. I got a pistol. Collecting drip above all else. I mean, with how much of a focus this game puts on the stats, you can essentially just, like, if you have all the clothing and you just have a semi-balanced build, you can more or less force your way through every single stat check. So they're incredibly important. It's a shame there's no, like, set bonuses or anything. So you're just throwing a bunch of shit together a lot of the time. Making it look kind of...
Stop. Just up ahead.
Danger?
Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend.
Oh.
Your weapon.
I already had that out.
Raindrops slip from the barrels of your Villiers.
I have 2 bullets, not 3 though.
Yes, I hear commotion.
I'm ready. I'm ready to fucking do this, Kim. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker in the head.
I'm all out of shits to put your... Shut up!
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic.
It's so funny how he blends in
his
so
fingers
well.
reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Shh.
This is a misunderstanding.
Kim, get out your
Nothing irreversible has
gun.
happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Her tone is frighteningly emotionless. I wouldn't say that. She sounds like she's very mad.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Will Kim even be able to see the third one? I had trouble seeing him, and I have decent vision. I don't even know if Kim knows there's a third. There's a third one there.
Let me handle it.
He's blind as a bat.
I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked
He looks
man's
like
words
he
are
looks
barely
like Darth.
intelligible,
Darth.
but you can hear them.
He looks like one of them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
He looks like a bit of a Sith Lord. Actually, I guess he looks like more of a bounty hunter, realistically. It's just the breathing that speaks Sith Lord to me.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all. Heavily armed.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. If this turns into
a sound...
Let's walk away.
He's the leader.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Stop!
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think the only piece of the armor I haven't collected is the pants.
Pig, fuck!
Jeez. I can see you're drunk. One wrong move and I'm taking you out. I have a 3-barrel handgun and I can use it. They don't know that I only have 2 bullets.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see?
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
You know, honestly, if I start my... What gun barrels? If I start my second playthrough today, I'm fully content to just let these dudes fucking perish, to be honest. They really brought it on themselves. Like, they were really gung-ho about this up until it actually happened. Now, all of a sudden, they're, like, they're really fucking afraid. I've been trying to stop this from happening the entire game. And they've been doing everything they possibly can to make sure it goes through. Now it's happening. Fucking civilized human beings, you're the one who brought this the fuck on.
With
your own fault.
Gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
It is like these two especially. It's your fault. If you two die, there is nothing on my conscience at all.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you.
Shoot him in the mouth.
No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first.
Think of an argument. Talk about the hangman. Shoot Cornier. 42% to red check. Cannot be retried. I figured. Stand there quietly. Hope nothing bad happens. I mean, yeah, they hung a dead man, but they were really adamant about not telling me that it was a dead man. I'm not even sure she knew specifically that it wasn't. They've been doing everything in their power to not help me figure this out. They have been like the least helpful group of people that are basically innocent. They haven't really done anything. They have a pretty good reason not to trust cops, sure. But we've also been sitting here, we've been sitting here telling them the entire time that they're going to kill you, they're going to kill you, they're going to kill you. And then it finally happens, and now they're fucking sitting here. Well, like, hold on. We've been telling you this is gonna happen for like a week. Think of an argument.
International something. International law.
I love critical failures.
Look around, you livestock. We're about to butcher the lot of you. Where is your international law?
There will be ramifications, but there don't need to be. Let's go inside and discuss what our investigation
97% chance, by the way.
We're not fucking coming anywhere, Sailite.
Easy now. Easy. Just tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out. A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall.
It is what it is.
There is a hole in
honestly,
his cheek.
that pissed me off.
That
That pissed me off. That
that
pissed me off
disbelief,
and informed my next decision.
muttering something unintelligible. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say,
What a
"Shoot
shame."
him, shoot him," but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers. It's not easy. He has 0.6 seconds to do so. He won't make it. You're on your own. You stare down the barrel cloud's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Absolute destruction. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body?
Use Kim.
That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to overshoot. A full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction faster than he can.
I have the same armor, to be fair.
You leap left. A swarm of enemy lead passes.
Wasn't I supposed to leap right?
Your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
I have become immortal. Stop shooting at me.
Tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing
Please stop.
smoke for the next shot.
Kim, please don't miss.
Watch out. To your left.
Oh my god.
Paul is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet.
Not bad, but he couldn't even fucking shoot he couldn't shoot a body off a tree that wasn't moving.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you.
Oh well.
His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke.
He got shot in the head!
With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol
How?
at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it.
He got shot in the fucking face.
Here it comes. Death.
Evaded.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! Stop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. Most of what's down there.
Oh.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening.
I have a second shot. Let me shoot
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain.
He did
Shadows cast
where
by
it counted. I like Titus.
like a hellish play.
I mean, you gotta respect the man. Willing to essentially go down for a crime he didn't commit just to help out some random fucking chick that is absolutely using him. He's kind of a simp, actually, but I respect the dedication.
You're bleeding out.
I remember everything.
Stay with me. Yes, keep talking. You hear me?
Do I?
Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When a slender white shadow towering, someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's He's pushing down on your wound.
I have another
with
bullet.
Both hands.
I have another fucking bullet. Choose it.
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
I have another bullet. Let me shoot it.
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves.
Luckily,
like
I had
spring
another shot.
unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Might be a ghost?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case.
That's what I was gonna say. We still have a whole ass mystery here.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The piss jacket, you took it off. He never had it on to begin with.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still.
That's pretty good for getting shot.
Bad.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. That's right. Ouch, indeed. What happened? You shot the Major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged it.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it.
Not Fat Angus.
Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too.
Oh, not Theo.
You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened.
Nice.
This is the one.
Okay.
The Pole was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. All.
I don't see how things could have gone any better.
Let's face it, officer, and this is both of our fault. It could have gone a little better. 6 people are dead.
I rolled a critical failure, so no, it really couldn't have.
But
Actually,
what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornet
that's just
did
the
not
way
seem
dice
to
rolls
be
work.
alive. The worst scenario has not materialized.
Nothing to do with me.
Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
I mean, the rest of them are, quite frankly, expendable.
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse.
Reasonably bad.
Oh.
You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
You won't be able to dance much. That's for sure.
No.
You should be able to live with limping around, though.
No.
Ah, well.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they are worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
I don't know.
He may have some idea, but he's not gonna get into it with you.
I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from that.
So they just left me to fucking die?
I try to not move too much.
Even if I am on the fucking payroll of like a criminal, I've solved like 200 plus cases. God damn.
Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
It's probably my bitch wife. It's probably to do with my fucking wife.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter.
W Freighter.
I
to
honestly
you.
don't know. We can't talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Oh yes, she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Gart. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her, but Maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven.
Who would have figured? By the way, the lieutenant does not actually believe you will be spiritually reimbursed for letting her escape. You just have to live with it.
That's fine.
That was our job to find out, wasn't it? Honestly, I just don't know. Our circle of suspects is dead and gone. It's not a circle at all. It's a ruin. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
We have to locate
I'm
communism.
afraid we may not be able to locate communism, detective, on account of it being dead.
Telling us what to think.
Ideology does not have anything to do with the murder investigation at hand. I'm sorry.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a
We should
distance.
go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
The goddamn
Yes,
footprints.
God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable. I don't know. That's been there for years.
The fucking Maybells.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
Every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case.
Absolutely. There's no other way to go about it. We screwed up.
I mean, I'd rather she be gone than dead. So, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Don't be narcissistic.
I didn't expect her to stick
Half
around.
The cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet useless. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window. It's morning outside, you think. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Time to start drinking.
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready, brother. I've always been ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly.
Thank you, City, for telling me where to go.
A red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
The city of Revachol is telling me to go upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps?
Isn't there like there's a cigarette thing right outside the door.
Think of anything better.
Class J used it. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, this is directly pulled. This is like from it's like the when John Constantine fucked L.A., the city, literally. Who cares about my wife when I've got a whole city? Oh, the door's open. Nice. Can I stop the expression now? Let me try one more time.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely.
They fixed the tape player? What? Oh, this is Kim's room. Oh.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
I'm such a burden.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Yeah, but you have to admit that it was a good thing. You have to admit it was... Oops. Oopsie. It was a good thing that I stole the boots off the dead body. Possibly illegal. Maybe if you don't run? Let's see. Don't run. That's a very hard thing for me to do. She left me a note. Can't see it.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door.
A stack of bills.
I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
PP.
A gift. I am not drawing.
Maybe it's her phone number.
Yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster.
Ah, come
as he
on,
studies
dude.
the note.
She was on our side the entire time, even though she lied every fucking instance.
It's hardly surprising.
She was the most trustworthy person out of all of them. Sort of. Not really. Oh, did she actually make a thing where the bullet came
You
from?
see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman.
I was wrong.
Only
My
now
visual
a red thread
calculus
bisects the
wasn't
room,
correct.
Pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
You could trust the consistency of her lying. I mean, like, yeah, you always knew what she was about.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B
I
double
respect it.
prime, and B triple prime. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime.
Oh, from the island that we haven't been able to investigate.
The island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. I remember. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on the roof, staring at the glass.
So why didn't she just say, hey, by the way, the bullet definitely didn't come from the fucking roof.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Absolutely.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
I trust her more than I trust anybody else in this entire city.
So it is.
She's our Ada Wong. She's our Ada Wong. She's always lying and she's always leaving, but she's looking out. She's looking out. For herself. And you sometimes.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
What?
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete.
Kim, let's go to the
birch tree,
fucking island.
And the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Not a lot, no. Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
I'm going to the island.
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Jeez. So it turns out that the...
You made the right call there. It feels good. Pure. I'm talking about your zero-tolerance policy toward the mania of narco. You're in the right there. Powerful stance.
What?
Would you like to take it up a notch? Would you like to become an anti-narcomania zealot?
When did I do that?
Yes, you're pure. Unravaged by narco. Of course, it's pretty obvious you've done a lot of drugs in the past, and will probably do more in the future. But that doesn't matter. Of course not. You've always been anti-narco militant material. You kept her off a dark course with that interjection. Are you ready to?
Oh, because I stole her fucking drugs.
That's good to hear.
I remember. I must not have come back up here after I did that. That was a while ago. Maybe this will be... To be honest, though, I both like and dislike this twist. I like it and I dislike it. Because it's always funny and interesting when, like, the big twist is that it really wasn't... Like, it was some far-off entity that you've yet to discover that's actually responsible for everything.
Oh.
But it does make everything feel like kind of a waste of
Good to see you
time.
back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
Yes, I did.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets
Right
started
between the eyes.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
He nods back at you, even more stoically.
Let's see.
Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, I think we need to... Hey, what's up, man? You got anything to say to me now? Do I have any more bullets? I have one bullet. It didn't count the bullet that he made to kill the chick. It only counted the bullet that I used, so I still have one more shot. Tease.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear.
Sorry about your friends all being dead.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately.
That you have.
That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstance.
I superstarred the shit out of that. Just doing my job.
Well, cheers anyway.
Hell yeah, man.
Copper. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into.
Fat Angus.
Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear. And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother.
Damn.
We're all fucked without him.
He was a homo?
This job is shit.
Where's that Shanky fella?
Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too.
I didn't even mention him.
Always thought he'd run. But no, he stayed. Stupid, brave fella. Well, yeah. Memento Mori. Right.
Memento Mori, or remember that you must die, is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around since the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity of earthly life and the transient nature of all earthly pursuits. In essence, it means one should live virtuously in this life to live better in the afterlife.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl.
'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join.
Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again. Nope.
He did. He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
It sincerely amuses him how hard these guys typecast themselves.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book. Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
I'm pretty sure. I think I've gotten luck as I feel like Harry's gotten that lucky like several times at this point.
Loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos.
The fact that he didn't die when he drowned his fucking car,
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
drunk himself into oblivion.
Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
Yeah, in like the 216 cases
And
or
if
whatever.
you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
Lord. Let's go to the... What the hell? Buongiorno?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Oh, right.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Who are the fucking people that I came into town with?
Looks like it. Yes. This is and blood.
Oops.
Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Somehow I doubt that. I don't smoke though. This is a no drug playthrough. I'm completely hardcore sober. This fucking old woman better say something to me now. She's not even here! Oh my god, it was her all along! It was her! I knew it! She's the missing link.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Yeah, I got shot. No big deal.
Yet you live. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace. You have a true boyadero heart. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being. Time will tell. I'll tell Evrak you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
Oh yeah, banners.
Doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live. I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
Well, I'm happy for Everhart, and his whole scheme has gone down the way that he desired it to. Good for him. What's up?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
I got shot. I don't know if you know this, kid, but I just got shot. You think I'm gonna fucking read?
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who's saying that?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
He sounds older.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you. Who knows?
He's also using I now. Hey, Renee.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Let's call my,
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker. No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely. No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set.
This is Precinct 57.
I know that I got.
How may I assist you?
Oh, so that's why the 41st didn't come.
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over. 10-4, sir. Well, there have been some talk, sir.
I'm the dirtiest.
I only meant that there have been some talk in the station, that's all. But there are always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that, 10-10.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will
Her voice.
Gottlieb, what? Ah, it's you. Walking. Great. Any other complaint? Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Does this...
Connect me to Sylvie.
Yes. Hello? Oh, great.
I've been shot.
You hear the call breaking up on the other end.
Anything else? 57.
In the cabin.
Sylvie, I've been shot. Do you have anything to say, Sylvie? I have been shot. Sylvie!
Wow! A cop limping down the street, bleeding
Oh
from
yeah, I
the
wasn't supposed to
shoulder,
run,
face
was I?
looking like hell? You know what that is? cool. That's cool.
Okay. Where's the fucking phasmid? Must be here now. Must have spawned now, surely. Now it's here. I'll have to check the traps once again.
The trap is full of locusts, but
Ni puta madre. I don't even remember what was in here. Was there anything in here? There gotta be something. I need to go to the island. Hey, yo!
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I've been shot.
you're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I live between life and death.
Look at you. You can barely walk.
Nah, it's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
Well, good for you. So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. I've always taken you for one, that's for sure. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
What if I want to rock?
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff. You got that? Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Nah. We'll go straight into the Pale. We'll go straight into the otherworldly dimension. And end up in, another plane of existence or whatever, however that works.
The scruffy head.
And that iron.
Just rip it down the river into non-existence. Easy as that.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
I don't know what those are. They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Where was all this information hours ago?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't. I'm sorry. There's
I don't know.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Kids don't talk to strangers? They talk to me plenty of times. Tell me absolutely useless shit. I walked into their damn house and talked to their daughter about fucking stuffed animals.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72.
So they're bullets for whoever's there.
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations?
Ah, this is the point of no. This is the second point of no return.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Thanks, game. Thanks for telling me.
The skiff once you have you made all the remember what the net picker said.
Oh, the boombox.
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
The white boots and the trench coat really look very strange. Where's Tiago? Where's the crab man? Wouldn't it have been easier just to go on the right-hand side? There's no distance between that. You could walk there. I didn't think it was that close. It is quite literally a stone's throw away. Very atmospheric, though. This looks like a Call of Duty map.
Comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
We could have, I mean, we could have just a few well-placed pieces of ice. You could, I feel like this is close enough you could just kind of hop. Or at the very least, just dip your toes in. It's very close.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Yeah. What exactly is locked there? We're gonna go through all this trouble just to find out that the shooter all along was actually my ex-wife. She's haunting me even now.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface.
It's the Kukumanjakawa.
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind. Just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline.
Bulrush.
Long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning.
Silent? Like the Kukumakagwa?
Of great importance to the few who attend.
To the
A
west.
silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of the faraway roar of the city. Distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Through its ancient slits and cracks. Resonating. Hollow. A big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cosets flowers on a meadow.
I need...
Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes.
It's the Phasmid. No, it was the Phasmid the entire time. The Phasmid was the Phasmid fucking shot him, dude. The reeds, it all makes sense. We didn't take into account the island.
Call the Mama Dakwa.
I fucking knew it.
Yes?
what I was saying, the Kokomana blah blah blah.
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant. No.
Yeah, okay. The fucking Kokomana Jahawa. I absolutely. I knew we'd find this stupid bird. The invisible bird. Now where's the phasmid? Where's the crazy old woman?
ICM. This
It all's gonna come back somehow. And then it was gonna be a masterminded plot from my ex-wife. She's doing this as like a trial or something. She's actually a communist the entire time. What? ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join
So
us.
we're the
rest was
communists.
mostly workers and criminals.
We're the communists.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex.
The entire time, the communists were us.
It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
I thought it said busted crotch. It's a little embarrassing in 51. Maybe we need a ICP. Insane clown posse. Holy shit. I just want to be in a normal right-wing police force. Elaboration police. The ICP.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The Comel was founded in 32. No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the
Where?
commune.
Ah, there we go. Those aren't horns, by the way. Those are antlers. I feel like I had to say that. Those aren't horns.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
Technically, they're very specifically, clearly, very visually clearly, specifically what we would call antlers.
A DeLorean era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
After
Just saying.
44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant.
Writers are
Infiltrator.
Estonian? Mm. I thought it was weird. I just realized why it was weird to me, because they've mentioned it a few times.
One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns.
What? Oops. I keep trying to... Let's go here? This was one... Oh. Cannons! What? Oh, I thought I was... Oh, okay. I was... That threw me off. I thought I was down there. That was very confusing to me.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere, liquid carbon.
Thanks,
I would
Captain
imagine it
Obvious.
takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
The lieutenant pauses. Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration. He gives you a sideways look before...
Long and cold.
Long and cold.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator
What
and down
purpose
into the ammo lift.
would anyone have to shoot that man from here, though?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
The universe is material.
A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves
I have the crazy boots on.
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly. With a
Ryan,
faint
the
howl.
fire guy.
Inside, it's warm.
Is that an Office reference?
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
I've never watched Naked and Afraid.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Estranged by commies.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Deranged. I have no comments.
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Okay.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Oh!
Yes, anytime.
You don't have to be a hero.
I am a hero.
The greasy old...
The offer still stands.
Shit. Sleep. Sleep is for the weak. Those damn commie scum. Not an officer of the fucking law. Who needs all that shit? Shut-eye therapy. Out of your mind. There's Krasmazov. Yet again. Magnesium. Money. This is a little bit late for money, but I'll take it. I'll take it, man.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around.
Bro, it's like 3 feet.
The consul stands by.
If you can swim at all, you'll be fine. There's also no movement whatsoever.
You see a small metal door nested inside
in the water.
a
No current.
A heavy steel blast door.
At least it didn't look like.
There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I find us not opening it highly unlikely.
All right, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
How dare you tell me not to open a door?
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
No.
Where it has always been, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Baby, you know it's going to hurt.
What?
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Yes, 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 yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now, not this time. This thought is over. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins.
I don't care how... His fucking wife,
like
there's no
shining
way.
Towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down.
I think what we're experiencing here is someone who has done hardcore enough drugs to like chemically bond a part of his brain to the memory of his fucking wife. Because otherwise, there's no way, dude.
Islets and posts.
There's no way.
Stepping stones lead into the water in front of
I refuse to believe it.
Go.
There's no way she's like worth all this.
It's been too long.
No, I'm good, homie. I don't even know that she was his wife. I'm just 90% sure it's his wife. Maybe it's his girlfriend. Maybe they weren't even maybe they weren't engaged. You know what you should do in a situation like this? Get a dog. Or a cat or something. Ah, the fucking pain, who cares? Get a hobby. Start painting model trains. Duraumin?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
Is it the fucking shirtless dude? Is it really him? Because in the back of my head, I was like, college. He's the only individual aside from maybe a hot girl, or whatever the fuck her name was. The penguin-looking chick. That is young enough that I feel like would be a college, and it was specifically mentioned that he was here to like further his education or some shit. But what reason would he have to? And he also smokes quite a bit. He's like barely in the fucking story. At least I didn't talk to him that much. I mean, it doesn't necessarily absolutely mean it's him, but it seems to be leaning towards that direction. But I guess it's not. He wouldn't have two apartments, though. Maybe. No, he wouldn't have two apartments. So yet again, is this even somebody that I've met? Who knows?
And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
It's Abigail.
Contemporary Revacholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
I may have been wrong when I said it was unimportant. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the snow, reflecting light.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's
But
nest.
why?
Affirmative.
Better late than never.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
What is the point, though? I do not understand. For fucking why?
This old cylindrical generator. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt.
So wet.
Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills.
Such a
with
moist
chemical
sound.
smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
What is the goal? I do not understand.
A dim golden glow animates.
It was Tiago!
Faint,
Which
like a ghost light. Urgence over.
Yeah.
Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
Could this open
I
the
think,
blast?
yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
No.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange. The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words "failed insula" are written on the band.
Oh.
An idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work. No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient. Incompatible.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks.
Goddamn
A
know-it-all.
shaft of light appears, then widens. as the
Always
light
shooting
shines
down
in.
my fucking ideas. Debbie ass downer. If he was on the other side of this, though, he'd be trapped. There was no fuel in this fucking thing. There's no way it could have been opened.
After you. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up.
Also, I can't help but think, once again, it would have just been simpler to just kind of wade the water and just go around anyway. Like, the island is, like, right fucking next to the shore.
Don't worry. I have a gun.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Nah, it's debatable. It's debatable, Kim, okay? If he was in here, he'd be trapped. Or if there was anybody in here. We could shoot him. White flowers like the it's a dinghy. My God, it all makes sense. They shot the person so that way they shot the person to start the revolution, and then that's why they've left the revolutionary flowers on the roof. Is it the old woman? Is this? Who is this? Who is this individual? Who the fuck is this? Hey, can you hold on for a second? I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything. Wouldn't he just be like stuck here?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating.
Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye.
Music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand? No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real proletkult. That's la Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You need to address that remark.
The job of a shitlicker. It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Signal, it was some Samaran shit, I guess. Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it. Talk to her? God's shithouse. Should have taken it down like they did in Grad. Dismantled it for firewood.
There was something there when he said, talked to her. He was curious. All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, every bird, mammal, and crustacean, keep their distance.
I've seen kids lose their minds and start talking to the city, asking it to protect them when the shelling gets bad, calling it La Revacholière. Cities can't talk. It's bourgeois idealism. I don't want to talk about this shit anymore. How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does. The right type and the right calibre. I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorings. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. revolution.
Huh? Girl child revolution? What? Girl child nation is too strong for that. Women will always betray you, bro.
Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
It remains unclear what it is. He makes leaps he doesn't expect you to follow.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic, the combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in the mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. A dark joke, a sunshiny day, morphine. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno? No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting. It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
Fucking shadow appearing and disappearing is like really fucking with my eyes. I keep noticing it, it's freaking me out.
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
from bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across. Wait, how did he get down there?
I didn't have to. Came in through the storm drains.
Storm drains?
There used to be a system that connected the bunkers, tunnels and such, under the church and everywhere. Most of them are gone now, collapsed, just bricks. All the old infrastructure has... the propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
The Mazovian Revolutionary Unit.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly, then another tremor.
Not really into politics.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms.
What?
He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence is black, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
What? My city wife is whispering to me. Sorry.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
He told me communism killed him.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
My own fucking different parts of my head slapping each other.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may. Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim. Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you.
had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to...
Clausia is not a real name.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
She told us that.
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo. I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
He's the one that watches it.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes, the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more.
Her.
You hear a low-frequency hiss, barely, beneath the audible spectrum. Then it's gone. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
I'm curious to see what he says if we arrest
locked up with your masters, like I'll be. Maybe we'll meet. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, like she knew, staring at the island, or thought, like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the airfield show, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, you sand central aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring. It's encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving. For another, far south, smaller, distant, yet not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Street lights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists, everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries, pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about who the fuck is he talking about? Forgot about them. Yeah,
the worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Is it the same person? I mean, I knew he looked similar, but I didn't want to say anything because I was like, this is a completely new dude. I mean, obviously he looks really similar. And he was also having health problems. Is it literally the same guy? Just speaking in like a different... So like I don't know. Hold on, I won't say anything. Okay.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history,
Are they related?
even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, It's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating. Boom boom morons on thin ice. Going under. Those are the tent kids.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Are they related?
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me. Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just...
He's already dead, though.
Fiddle the trigger.
He's already dead.
Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. No. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. And now, God damn this world. Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do.
Is he related to? I don't
know. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure an idea told to him by grown-ups from radio towers and leaflets in beautiful print when he was still a teenager. Everything is possible if we fight. And then he
I'm glad we talked about this.
Friselda first. Philip the second. What's the difference? Syphilitic murderers, the lot. I don't want to think about those things anymore. I'm tired of all of it. I don't even care about those whores anymore. Get it over with. Take me in. I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrats. Traitors is all they are.
I think I did this out of order, but I was too curious.
They were boom imbeciles. At least they're not there anymore. What more is there to say? They're duped by bourgeois culture. I've seen their kind pop up, like worms after the rain.
Oh, there's plenty to say, hardcore man.
I don't think now is the time for this, officer.
To no avail.
Beats. Violent bourgeois language. Even music is a form of homicidal competition. Saxophone blowing anti-communism. Glad we talked about what?
His lip curls in...
Glad we talked about what?
Oh, shit. I thought it was gonna be that he was like somehow related to Renee. I mean, it's pretty convenient that they both just happen to be dying at the same time. They're a very similar age. One is so far left, the other is so far right. He also said he has holes in his brain. I thought we were about to get like a fucking either like a twin twist or some kind of he was actually the same person. I guess not. What did it say? Composure? Holy shit, I have a lot of points. I have leveled up quite a few times. Whoops. Revert. No! Oh, I was about to say. I thought I fucked it up. 58%. One more.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
I ain't going.
Hold on. Is there anything I can talk to him about? I guess he's under arrest.
Old man stick.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
Can I also say, it's weird that his name is Lillian and her nickname for the one dude was like Lily?
Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
I'm tempted to reload. That's annoying as shit. Fucking 1 + 2. And I still almost passed it. 90%. Over 90%. That's like my highest... You know what? I literally just saved. I'm not... This is the end of the fucking game. I'm gonna level up some more really quickly. I have 2 more levels that I haven't used anyway. Fucking 10, dude. All these are trash. Well, I'm trash at them, I should say. I feel like we're still gonna have to shoot somebody, so I sort of want to do one more of these. I guess fucking Perception 11. I'm gonna change out of the... Close your shivers. Do I have on right now? Empathy hand-eye. Where are those boots that I had that were really good? Where are the shoes? Or are they pants? No, there they are. These. Reaction speed, hand-eye coordination. Keep the physical instruments. What do I have here? Pain threshold. Give me drama. Empathy. I still never found the pants of the armor, which is kind of upsetting. I think it was the only thing that I never found was the fucking pants. Actually, hold on. Take off the stupid hat. Take off the dumb hat. I don't need that. Is there anything around here? No? Well.
The old man stared.
What? But you said...
Your wife... Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
So it's not dementia.
He's sweating. Beats
I don't know anything about illnesses.
Your confirmation is not required, sir.
97% now.
There it is
Thank
again.
God.
To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast, the reeds whisper. Stalks
23 that time. Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. That was a critical success. My dingling.
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow.
Is this the phasmid?
Very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin.
Are we finally gonna find it?
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush.
What?
Phasmid.
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Phasmid. No? No phasmid? I thought that's what it would be. It is the fucking phasmid. I knew it. Also, it's huge. Jesus.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb.
Okay, I'm glad I reloaded.
Moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is
What
that?
are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall.
Look at that.
It looks
What
straight
the
at you
hell?
with its tiny pinprick eyes.
It's a mind
and its
flayer.
grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane.
Why does it just randomly appear?
What that means, it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Yes.
Absolutely worth it. Why? I would not approach
The
this
creature
thing.
stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
I can understand why this thing was not caught in the trap. Where's the head supposed to be? It's so weird looking.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Oh, something is approaching from the west. Oh, I laid the pheromone on. Oh my god. It's all coming together and I fucked it up because of a goddamn critical failure. Why do dice rolls exist? I hate it. Especially critical fails. Yeah, I just re-rolled. I save scummed it. Because I got a critical fail. Is that the whatchamacallit? Is that Friday the 13th?
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant
Jason?
holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
It's such a random place for this to happen.
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Hey.
The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. It is incredibly light.
This fucking
like the
old dude is
slightest
just
gust of
losing
wind
it in the
should
corner.
blow it away, but it doesn't. The air moves through it, its slender sticks. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you.
Where are its eyes?
Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you.
This is just a mind flayer.
Praying to you.
Praying to me?
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what
Hey,
appears
sorry,
to be
sorry.
some
By the
kind
way,
of foam.
to
The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
we're witnessing a historical event. The murder no longer matters.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Is it jizzing?
Letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
I exist.
Okay.
Tell me what it's like for you.
It's Wonderbar.
Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory.
It's the dice maker again.
Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Moist. What's moist?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
What is happening to me?
I don't know. You're just a shadow for me. Far away, faintly transmitting. But for a curious smell, Are you sure? Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced the missing antenna.
A small leg?
Yes, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk. Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
You.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery. No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
And yet again, by the way, you're expecting me to believe this man didn't teleport up that fucking ladder? What? Him teleporting is the most understandable thing that he's done this entire game. Who the fuck is this dude?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Okay.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Wait, so...
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
Wow.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of
It's
the
suzerain,
revolution
actually.
and officials of the occupation. Even the
Can you
Seminese
get it right,
islanders
please?
who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
You say accidentally. It wasn't an accident, though. It was intentional. Thank you.
No. You are the miracle.
Okay.
It was you, coming from the west, from the whirling. You were coming.
Who were the 3 people I was driving
The
with?
moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? Please, do not do that again. No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation. So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
Here's the thing. You can say this is all in his head and whatnot. You can say that. Although I don't really think that explains how he's able to get random bits of information that he has no right knowing when the fucking city speaks to him. I think there was a bit beyond he just has like a mental illness or he's done too many drugs in his life. This is one of those situations where it's one of the situations where sure you could go like it's presenting the game and its narrative in a way that you can accept the fact that this is crazy, that he's just going nuts. And that is basically the through line, literary, concrete explanation of everything, is that this fucking dude's going nuts. He's breaking down mentally. And that's why half this shit is happening the way that it is. That's also a very boring way to answer the questions of the game. Like, you can say that. You can say that he didn't teleport. You can say that this doesn't happen, it's all in his head. And that the only real thing that happened is maybe he met this thing because Kim sees it too. That he's definitely not talking to the city. But that's incredibly boring. Why even play the game, if that's the explanation? Why?
No.
I choose to believe
There's one more.
he's just like a fucking psychic. Obviously, the game is a lot of metaphors and whatnot tied into its narrative. None of it's fucking real. But it's all real because of that. You know? I wouldn't say it's the most beautiful. Look at this fucking thing and tell me that's beautiful. That's absolutely not true. I'm sorry. I may be crazy, but I'm definitely not a liar. That thing's not beautiful. That's creepy as shit. If you saw this thing in the fucking wild, you'd run the other way immediately. I'll say it's kind.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Forever show.
Who?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you.
Oh, my wife?
Smells of fires. So
I think.
awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
Sure.
She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot.
Don't shoot
Here we
it.
go.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash.
It's a cool picture.
It stands frozen.
That's definitely not a beautiful looking animal, though.
I got it.
That is a creepy looking fucking thing.
Immortalized. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left
It's
whisker.
literally like a head
On
crab.
contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Sugar?
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning! A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
How does a child see that and not, like, freak the fuck out?
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood.
Collection of items?
Among the reeds.
It dropped loot?
A collection of items.
It's gone.
It dropped loot? Loot? He can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
Our suspect is not looking so good.
Yeah, fuck him,
We need
dude.
to check on him.
Who cares about him? Oh, there's the helmet! I still never found the pants.
You've managed to collect all
That's
the
it?
armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
Yeah, I don't think this helmet would have helped me
It would
regardless.
have looked very impressive. Still, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected.
Achievement.
Few cops are this futuristic.
How did his helmet get all the way over? First of all, two, is there no pants? Or am I insane? There's no pants? It's a helmet, a shirt, gloves, and boots? There's no pants? They definitely... I saw... That chick had... The chick... One of the mercenaries, the chick, she had like a full plated ass. I specifically remember because my eyes were drawn to it. Where's my pants? Am I just not getting any? The fuck, dude? They definitely exist. Does it have something to say? He's like over here.
What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
Does it?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
White stripes?
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dras. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dras could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
No reaction. His breathing is
Light
slow,
work, no reaction?
He appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Let's have a closer look at that after. I think I'll be more useful than him.
The plastic cape flaps around his face.
He's a
in
cape?
a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid. The combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
Is that actually going to be an explanation for...
Mr.
What
Dras,
the fuck?
have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive.
This is
I
crazy.
mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
The phasmid is actually the Pale manifested. And because of that, it also, much like the Pale, eats memories and spits them out. That's what the bubbling was. The bubbling happened to be the memories of this man coming out of the phasmids as whole. It all makes sense. It all connects. Okay, I guess we're just leaving his ass. I don't remember how to get out of here. That was a while ago. Here we go.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
The hell do you want, motherfuckers? Get the hell away.
I brought him. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
You have a job to do, sir?
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine. Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton. Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Hello, Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
That's who I came with. Okay. I get it. I didn't recognize him. They said, okay. Alrighty. Alright. I get it now. Okay. I was like, who the fuck is the man, the blonde guy who was unusually chipper? I called that it would be him, but I didn't know how that would come back into play, and I couldn't for the life of me think of two other characters that would fit the bill. I don't know, I guess I just, because they only show up when the dam is fixed. I just assumed they were here to check up on him. I didn't even think about the fact that they may have come with him. I get it. Who the fuck is this dude?
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trond Heidelstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come
Horse
to scrape
face.
what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation...
I didn't even think about the fact they would have come with him. I thought they came after the fact. I thought the precinct sent my ass, and they knew about my issues. I mean, they certainly... If these are the fucking people that came with... First of all, that motherfucker, like, didn't let anything go. This dude, this blonde crazy bitch. There was not like a single ounce of concern for me and this man. But these two, if your partner in fighting crime has literally lost his entire mind, his memories and everything, they're sitting there in like a fucking disguise. They're not even like helping me. The hell are you? What they were just sitting there. They were just sitting there for like a fucking week, not doing anything. They didn't do a damn thing.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something
Fuck
later.
me up. Justify their actions.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to
Hey,
leave you to
feed me.
discuss it
Let's
among
destroy them. I have 1 bullet left. I'm sure you have more than a few. We can take them all out at once. Just fucking end it. I'll go for Horseface.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
You've been here for a fucking week. You've met him several times. What are you talking?
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed. over
Why
the
wouldn't?
shitstorm
Why did they
that's
not
about
say a
to
damn thing? Why did they just sit there and watch me as I, without my memory, just fumbled around? They didn't do a damn thing. And this dude's just insulting me the entire time. He's not even like remotely helpful. At least she like had some compassion, but even then she just stood there and watched. Where did they sleep?
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Why is it just now that you feel the need to fucking
We want to help you. Trant, I believe this is
fucking
where you
win? You've been here a week. You haven't helped me with shit. What are you talking about?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your
Fucking
expectations.
mean
a little.
help me.
I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
Why is he even here?
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What have you got to say for yourself? You didn't... Did you get like a paid vacation out of this? You didn't do fucking anything! Are you not a police officer? You literally just sat here for a fucking week watching me fumble around. This is like a paid vacation.
Shit, kid. What an interesting...
Acting like this is my fault.
Yes, I'm Trant Heilerstein. I never said I wasn't Trant Heilerstein.
Where did your kid come from? Did your kid come with us on this journey? Were you in... Did you allow your kid to drive in the same car as a raging alcoholic and drug abuser? Where did the kid come from? Did they have other vehicles to go to and fro?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son. No, I was just interested in the film
Where did he
building
come
in
from?
Martinez Beach.
Where did he sprout
and
from?
Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Was he in the car when we drove in the lake?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
But if he was with me in the car when I initially showed up, because she said that I had my death squad with me, and the lady was the only one in uniform. If that's the case, what's up, President? Where have you been all this time? You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true.
But you came with me, did he not?
And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
Keep silence. You do you, President. You do you.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Did you? Or did you think I was a goddamn firefighter? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Remember. You need to be fired.
You. Shit, kid. That's you.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the Phasma.
No, fuck him, dude.
Case.
No, because of all that you've done.
You know what? Even if I am a raging alcoholic, drug-abusing psychopath, regardless, I've solved 216 cases in my lifetime. I'm willing to bet your fucking number ain't anywhere near that, buddy. Given the fact that you sat on a goddamn bench for a fucking week as your drug-addled partner with fucking amnesia went and solved the whole goddamn case. The fuck were you doing?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I bet. God forbid you actually do your own police work. Oh my god.
Shit, kid. He didn't betray you. He just told us the direction you went in. Who's Sylvie? Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building, mixed with blood.
They're so... He's a satellite officer too? Oh yeah, they did mention that. Wow, holy shit. He's actually useless.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
Where do you get off, buddy? Where do you get off? You know, this last bullet should be for fucking him.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
To make acquaintance. That's funny.
Okay, you're my commanding officer. I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
I bet you hate a lot of things. I bet you hate doing your fucking job, too.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisuragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Nope.
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
Who?
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
I've solved 216 crimes,
Other people
actually.
have left too. Good,
or something to that
smart
effect.
People we won't get back. Only me and this really
I
patient
wonder
patrol
why he
officer are still
stayed.
here.
I wonder
And
why you
Tron
have
because they're
stayed,
forcing him to
satellite
stay.
officer. Could it be that you can't do your job? Does this once again have something to do with you doing your fucking job?
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm GBV. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
And what does this unit do? What do you do specifically? I don't care about these. What do you do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
I've solved over 200 cases.
The 41st isn't...
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Yeah, but then I had brain damage. You're conveniently forgetting the fact that I had brain damage. Total amnesia. At that point, I would think you would do your job.
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here, breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off. Like you told us to.
And then you came back on day 3 and proceeded to not do your job.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where
Obviously.
you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so on.
Actually, you know what? I think the definitions were inside me all along.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and
I'm so poor.
socioeconomically?
I am so poor I lost my memory. That it all makes sense. That's why the dude, he bended physics when I met him. The dude who it was in the container. That's why the physics malfunction happened, is because I'm poor. Then it also must be why I lost my memory.
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't
It
think
all's
crystal
coming
theory-
together now.
I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off
I
the table.
agree with this assessment.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, I'm just poor.
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vrede for school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Translate. You lefty dick. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. That's my guess.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into
I
itself.
think me and Tiago got to a little rafter, bamboozled, just some crazy antics. Maybe I fell a little bit too close to the 2mm hole, and just kind of, you know, did one of those, like here, like for instance, here's the 2mm hole. Here's Harry up on the rafters. His legs, you know, and he just kind of with his head, he just dinked it on the way down. Just kind of dinked it. He lost his memory.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
I suspect there's something wrong with
This
Martinez.
sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves.
Exactly. It all makes sense when you think about it, because I was partying hard the night of losing my memory. It was the tapes. The tape recorder was ripped up. Why was the tape recorder ripped up? Because it was playing the noise, the radio wave noise that also was a product of the antimatter, non-matter void, the 2mm hole in the tip of the church, where Tiago's naked ass was running around in circles all this time. Somehow my tape player must have connected to the 2mm hole, therefore transporting the radio waves of non-existence into my brain, as I was already on psychedelics, the chemical reaction of which then erased my memory like a factory reset button, also splintering time and space, making me Krasmazov.
Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however...
You think this
it has
motherfucker
anything
reads,
to do
dude?
with him drinking
There's no
himself
way.
to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think his theory and troponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
I think you need to get a job.
But Detective Vigmare, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering.
So this is a reoccurring thing?
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice.
Or maybe.
And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
Maybe the spirit of the city of Revachol. Maybe in coming to Revachol and experiencing spiritual enlightenment, as with John Constantine in the DC comics has shown us, it is entirely possible to have sexual intercourse with the spirit of a city, as he did with LA. Now, I happen to have a very close relationship with this spirit of Revachol. She has, in fact, proclaimed her love for me. Maybe in interacting with the city, the colliding of our spirits, you know?
Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it.
I don't think you know what you're saying. I think half of what comes out of your mouth is absolute horseshit, to be honest.
Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely
Exactly.
meaningless.
That's the one thing
I'm
we agree
glad
on.
We brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
I mean, do I have to do my job?
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I don't want to be in your unit. I don't want to be in your unit. Honestly, I'd be better off in my own unit with Kim. The special division of psychic assholes. You know? Fuck these dudes. Fuck the horse-faced one. What does she even bring to the table? What does he bring to the table? What is this fucking dude even doing here? Who employs this guy? What's his purpose? Where'd the fucking kid come from? You're a father. Go raise your child. And you know what? Just leave me. Just leave me.
No, Harry. Fuck you. You already fucked us.
I saw this
I've already
entire
explained this
thing.
shit to Bryce twice. To Berdyayeva 4 times. I'm your partner. I answer for you when you're not there.
I don't think so.
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why
Did
is
they
it
just
there?
realize that thing has been literally bricked in the fucking ocean for how dog shit detectives that they didn't even see this giant thing floating in the ocean for the past week, at least a week. He's just now mentioning this, brother. What's up, Ivysaur? I thought the killer was underwater. Honestly, in a way, the killer is deeply related to the Reeds and deeply related to the Phasmid, the Mind Flayer Reed of water and pale and non-existence. Therefore, the fact that maybe in reality, Harry with his psychic connections to the city of Revachol and to the spirit of the land. Maybe, just maybe, he was innately sensing in his stupor that the phasmid was the key to solving the entire thing. Therefore, he was attempting, in his psychic-like vibrations, his psychic, his meditative state, he was trying to drive into the water to where the phasmid is, to where the island was, to where the crazy old soldier was. He knew the entire time. He just didn't realize he knew. I think that's the explanation. I think in reality, Harry was 2 steps ahead of everybody from the very beginning. What failed Harry was the car. What failed Harry was materialism. It sunk him. If the car had floated, the case would have been solved immediately. But it didn't float. Capitalism did not float. Therefore, Harry's not at fault. And the RCM should pay $40,000 to his direct bank account, actually, because it wasn't his fault. I just thought that it's not related to what I just said. It's just added in there. In the ocean. You know what? And in these types of, sometimes they say, just lie.
Yes, in the ocean, under the sea. Our work vehicle with fishing clams and other sea shit.
He didn't buy it. I don't know.
I do. You drove it into the water. Everyone on the street saw you do it. It's going to be a local landmark too, on the brochure. Thank you for fucking us, Harry.
Have you seen the people around here? They don't give the best, I should know. I've been doing my job for a week, taking testimonies from all the witnesses. What ideology? I have no clue. I have absolutely no idea. I answered something differently, I think, every time. Well, I had basically the same. Fascist, ultra-liberal, moralist, communist. It was all within a few points of each other. I just answered what amused me in the moment.
Thank you for destroying 45,000.
45,000. It
That's
wasn't
coming out of
40,000.
my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die.
Well, at least you'll be doing something with your life.
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
What I do have is futuristic
We're
armor.
not armor cops. We're cops. People don't know us by our armor. They know us by our badges. You called in and said you lost yours. Have you found it? The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
We can't let this happen. Please. Thank you. Ooh, a fucking crit.
Not today, badge.
Hell yeah. Behold my badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun.
I have it in my hand.
Mistakes, not achievements.
I literally have it in my hand. I've had it in my hand this entire time.
What is it with all these material
Gun.
objects?
Oh yeah, the rifle.
Upgraded it. I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I only care about your official sidearm, which you lost.
Yeah, I have that too.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I did kill someone, actually, not too long ago. About 2 or 3 hours ago, I killed somebody. I shot him in the forehead. I haven't started drinking again. That is true.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
I haven't taken any drugs or alcohol in this playthrough.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
I washed death off
The
me.
man doesn't reply, but
I
his
did. That was a
expression
quest.
Speaks for him. You should have done a better job, is what it's saying.
Bro.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain Classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
Bitch, what the fuck? First of all, you're like 3 days behind. Second of all, what the fuck? I hate this dude. This might be the worst character.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
But she wasn't the one that did it. What? We're looking at the oxygen holocaust. That's a hell of a thing to just pull out. I let her go as an actor. That's just a small detail in a huge case that you know nothing about.
If it's
Exactly.
Master plan. Let's not even get into the other suspect who also escaped.
Who also wasn't guilty.
Detail.
Something you would know if you were doing your job.
Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous.
And then I
appeal.
got it back, bro. Who cares?
Compared to the 7
my
people
God.
who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry.
That
You
was not my
fucking
fault.
mass
That was a critical failure. There's nothing that could be done. I critical failed the rhetoric check, so I immediately went with shooting instead. It was a direct response to game mechanics fucking me over. Okay? That was not my fault.
He did everything he could. We
Exactly.
did everything we could. The company hired and
Was not my
vetted
fault.
mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Now, I will say, to be fair, I didn't necessarily need to just randomly start shooting, but... and let's be honest, the people that died, the random Hardy Boys, Fat Angus, who cares, dude? Who cares? Who?
He did so at considerable
cares?
risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution.
Get these fucking
not a
people out of here.
negotiation.
Ooh, there's a new
Loss
car
of
for
life
me?
was minimal
I
compared
just
to what
noticed that for the first time. New car? Is that mine? I'm just sorry. No, don't apologize. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Fuck no, where were they?
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case.
The
What
case
is your
that I
take?
solved?
The case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although
It's
he has not been
the
drinking
actual
himself.
sequence of events, the sequence of events that caused the loss of badge and gun, there's no way of knowing. Okay? The only person who could have told you, Harry, lost his memory. So there's no way. It's all you know, it's all hearsay.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time,
Okay.
allude to
Okay,
being a
that's a little bit.
superstar
Yeah,
or
that's
official.
personal information. I don't
At
think you
first
need to
I
share
thought
that.
It was a joke, but now I'm not so sure.
Okay,
He
buddy.
says disco about 20 times a day.
Kim. You want to stop, bud?
It's worrying.
Yeah.
Especially in light of his political views.
I'm a fascist.
Detective Dubois is, as you may know,
No!
a fascist, a
A
far-right
furry
woman
woman
hater,
hater.
and of course, also into race stuff, which for a police officer, not good.
I was into communism for like a day. Remember that? I don't know. I mean, that doesn't necessarily help my situation here. I can't deny I may or may not have internalized advanced race theory. I can't deny that happened. Okay? You're not wrong. The woman hater is a little bit of a stretch. I mean, I was a pronounced feminist for a couple of days, and I may or may not have forgotten that thought, and then turned to hating Woman immediately afterward, but I wouldn't say that means I'm a woman hater. And I also have not had sex, or my suggestion is also like negative. And I also have like a weird relationship with my ex-wife. I don't really know that that makes me a woman hater though. Fascism, you know, I have an equal, like I said, I have an equal number of fascism and ultra liberal. So I think actually I'm an ultra fascist. I'm actually an ultra fascist.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler
Exactly.
who is always on the grind, which I guess goes well with some of his racism. I don't know. He is vocal about both beliefs.
Listen, money is important, okay? How else would I have all these cool clothes to give me all these stat boosts if I wasn't constantly on my grind? Again, the racism, unavoidable, honestly.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. Something I was not
The racism was just like
But despite all this,
what can you
he's
do?
a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
Exactly. Everyone is a little. Everyone when you're on the grind, when you're doing the ultra liberal, ultra fascist grind, solving cases, a little murder on the side. Sometimes racism, you know, it just creeps in there. It just creeps in there. What can you do?
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop.
It's true.
In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless.
I don't know that
madly driven.
The fact that I spent like 3 days looking for a phasmid that incidentally turned out to be real. You know, I don't know if that's necessarily like a point in my book for being a good police officer, but I'll take it.
Well,
he worded it
except
well.
at one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to
Hey, that was a
disagree
good.
with you
That was a
on
good.
this
That was a good
topic now,
move.
was a valiant effort.
That was a great time.
He really sang his heart out.
I enjoyed communism. I didn't enjoy the bonus it gave me. So I immediately forgot communism. That was the thing about communism.
Okay, he did something.
I've solved this case. You sat on your ass.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case.
Other than that
and he
one
solved it.
time.
We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator.
Hell yeah.
Docked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution.
Goddamn
He's
right.
probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Get the hell out of here. The fuck have you done? What exactly have you done? You got your welfare check in the mail, buddy? Huh? Fuck you.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the
Don't lose
officers
it.
across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his
At least we took the picture.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
I would love to see. I'm sure you can get here without taking the picture, which would be fucking hilarious. If he just says some crazy shit like that. I don't know if you would readily admit it though if you don't have the picture.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
As you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely gigantic fascist.
Fucking hell.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Connected to the case?
He ignored me. I hate this dude.
Detective?
Boom, boom, boom.
Yes, but also...
Yeah.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became...
It was jizzing from its weird tentacle mouth.
So it is connected.
Somehow.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
It said something about being really moist. I wasn't really paying attention. It was kind of a fever dream of a moment.
Yes. It It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
How are you still employed?
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
I think he's a fucking loser, actually.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. I don't know if I fixed the strike situation. I was kind of manipulated on the strike situation. I'm not really proud of my handling of the strike situation. There's also a dead man. Oh yeah, I forgot about that dude. Oh yeah, the chick's husband died, huh? I started a nightclub.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah.
Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
I mean, that wasn't the reason. I mean, I guess that's nice. It's a nice little, like, flavor to it.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
I am the pushing the cutting edge of hardcore music. How is this not one of the biggest pluses I should be talking about? Quite frankly, I don't think I need to say anything else. I mean, I will. I don't think I should need to, though. I mean, that should be more than enough.
Female? What makes you think so?
I spoke to it.
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female.
No, I spoke to it. It told me.
Nesting behavior too, I think.
We spoke English to each other. I understood it.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
I also, I think I'm like in a romantic relationship with the city.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male.
Nah.
This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting males.
Sniper drugged on his pheromone weight, wanting to stay in the island and made him assessed. Honestly, of all the crackpot theories that I came up with, there really was no way. I mean, maybe, just maybe a few days ago, I said some crazy shit about the Phasmin having something to do with the murder, but like, there is absolutely no earthly way I could have ever remotely predicted the way this case was gonna be wrapped up. Wild stuff. I'm never a huge fan when, because I know there's a lot, if you've ever watched like the week by week detective show, like anything like Psych or CSI or Lucifer, anything like that, typically they all do kind of the same general thing. Or they'll do things sometimes. A lot of detective stories do it, where you'll basically be investigating the mystery the entire time, like 75% of the story, only for the last 25% to come in and be like, actually, it was this dude who has no relation to anything that you've been doing for the rest of the story. Just completely unrelated at the tail, just like a random end twist. And I thought that's sort of what the Sniper felt like, but the fact that it wrapped back in to her and the Phasmid is fucking amazing. Because at first I was going to be like, is it really just a random dude on an island that's shooting people? It has nothing to do with anything that we've been doing, but no, it actually does. They rug pulled me and then smothered me with the rug and brought me back to life. Which was crazy. I'm pretty sure it was female. It spoke to me.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it.
It sounded like a
It
female.
must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It could maybe roll it, like a dung beetle.
Yeah, and also it's not mating, because it told me that it once grew an arm where it was supposed to have an antenna. So, just throwing that out there.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me. it told me when the city told me. I mean, it's just you know it's a long story.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female.
It's a female.
Bauer would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of
I'm loving
bacteria
this
can
wrap
wipe
up.
out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
I'm sure he does.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and
It looked like a
brown,
head
little
crab
green
on
the
wheels
outside.
or on
After
stilts.
unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Can we fucking do the ultra capitalist move, the ultra sick fuck move, and cut the old people out of the equation? Oh no.
Absolutely, this is great. This does
I'm not gonna
seem
do it.
vigilante murderers to me at all. This is science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Yeah, I can understand it would be slightly hard to believe. Also, I can also teleport. I feel like it's. I keep needing to mention this. I can teleport. I just want everybody to know that.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
Lilianovich.
I just want to make that especially clear to everyone. I can teleport. I'd show you, but it's kind of a special thing. Who?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Krasovich, Larsovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian, his Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man.
He liked to watch a chick. He self-admitted.
70-something.
Yeah, he's fucking weird, man. He's a real weirdo.
Psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers.
He like watched her with a hole in the wall. I don't know what he was doing behind that hole. He was doing it was something mighty mysterious was happening behind that wall. I don't even really want to speculate what he was doing. 70-year-old man.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
A perfect folding mechanism. It will win me Dora back? Who the fuck is Dora? Dora the Explorer? Then the city told me, no, it was the Phasmid. The Phasmid told me to move on. They'll teach this in cop school. Like the Phasmid.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry.
Bro,
I can still
if you
smell
keep
the booze
accusing
on
me,
you.
there is no better way to fuck over someone's sobriety than continuously accusing them of not being sober when they are actually sober.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
That might be like, that might be liver failure. I don't know if that's alcoholism.
It will pass in time.
How? It seems to be ongoing.
Well,
I see red
fixed
banners
is a
in
relative. Fixed is a bit of a weird term.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war, at which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal?
I've masterminded a solution to an unsolvable problem.
Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul. It doesn't matter how I know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Everclear's messenger now. A union man, as he calls it. He's a mob boss, did you know?
It's not quite like that. The move allowed us to stabilize things here. It was not bad for Martinez, and we don't owe anyone anything.
True.
Okay.
Silence. Good. The man doesn't know what to say.
I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. That's fucking funny, dude.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
It was speed, so I don't really know if that's actually correct. That seems a bit excessive.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
You actually did something? Did you do something to earn the money that you fucking get in your paycheck week to week? Jean Dickhead? You actually did something?
Still.
That's crazy.
Good work with the missing
That's
person.
the craziest revelation out of this entire conversation thus far. Not the fucking new species, it's the fact that he did something. He actually did something related to his job? Holy shit. That's what should really be in the fucking news.
I don't know what a dumb commercial area is.
Uh-huh.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
It was vaguely related, okay?
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper.
I got her to bring her kid inside. That was pretty cool. I also hugged the woman that then had her husband die immediately after the fact. Which again is all due to my psychic vibrations.
Of course.
I just knew.
Community outreach, right?
That's a little bit of a weird way to say it, but
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
this all has to do with the 2mm hole. If they would just let me, if they would let me bring in my witnesses to explain the 2mm hole, this would all be self-evident. Okay? Let's just take a walk to the church. I have a man named Tiago that could introduce you to some really interesting philosophical arguments. Really make a good case.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the model.
You're goddamn right. What the fuck have you done?
So I have to. Jude.
What have you done?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You're putting me on trial? I should put you on trial for being a fucking bum. How the fuck? How in the world? You got a man that lost his memory, looks like he got all of his clothes from a trash can because he did. And I discovered a new species, solved the murder. I put like I did like a fucking whole ass thing with this chick's family in a book thing, and I found a 2mm hole in the world, and then I'm advancing music, and I'm rizzing a chick on the fucking docks over here. I'm finding a new love interest. The city wants me. The city's in love with me. Like, literally, the city is in love with me. You're putting me on trial? What the fuck have you done? Huh? What have you done? Give me your badge. You don't deserve it. I deserve it.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
I hate this dude.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be
Actually,
taken
you know
into
what?
custody.
Give me
Let's go.
your vehicle. Give me your vehicle, give me your gun, and why don't you just walk the fuck back? Huh? Why don't you walk back to Precinct 41?
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Yeah, I don't feel like we should. Let's not ruin a good thing and ask about the fucking wife that we keep calling.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his.
Who am I? Am I a dirty cop?
No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Hey, thanks, man.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
You do look a bit like a death squad, though. I'm not gonna lie. if I saw this crazy motherfucker, especially with how he, like, I never got the expression off my face, but I did shave, especially with how he looked before, and a horse-faced woman, this fucking absolute disgrace to human existence, John, and then this creepy-looking motherfucker that never stops smiling, I absolutely would be like, that's a death squad. They're here to kill somebody. We need a new face for this unit, I think.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Who? Le puta madre. I need to tell Lena about this. That is true. I do need to tell Lena about this. I need to save her damn marriage. I need to save Lena's marriage, and if she's already divorced, I need to put her in a fucking funeral home. Or funeral home? A retirement home. Not a funeral home. She's not that far gone, I don't think. I'll use the money from my discovery to put her in a nice old retirement home.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
A gym teacher?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore.
You see my stats? My physique is at 1. I was a gym teacher? Are we saying gym teacher is in health teacher? Or are we saying gym teacher is in, like, actual physical stuff?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Am I one of those people that you went to gym, you went to PE, and then you went to your physical education class, they sit you in there, they take roll, and they fucking put on a 1,000-pound life or whatever? Talk about the... talk about the... Or what was that stupid movie they always used to play? The one where the dude eats the Big Macs a bunch and gets fat. I don't remember. They played that so many times in like every health class when they just didn't want to do anything. That's the movie that always came on. We also watched instead of doing anything physically any physical activity whatsoever, we would watch that movie. We would watch the one with the now the now what is the fuck, the dude that played Harry in Spider-Man? The Franco dude that is now like he's like a confirmed sexual assaulter or whatever, where he got his arm cut off. That movie, 9 days, 9 weeks, 48 hours. There we go. That was the one I watched in PE. No. I had to be a rock and roll singer, surely. That does explain a lot. I don't know if it really does explain a lot about my build. I feel like I'm...
No, a regular one.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Did I?
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
I didn't do the bicep curls. I didn't even bother because I knew I'd die. Because I have 1 health and 1 endurance and 1 physical stat.
Some of your more old school social views. Your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics.
Are you telling me that me being a fascist has something to do with me being a gym teacher? What connection are you drawing here, sir? Exactly what connection are you trying to draw? It's a little bit crazy. Okay.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. And this guy, too. God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
Contact Mike, it all makes sense.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
This is the most inspiring basic sporting principle.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
Then go inside. Honestly, go inside. You're not really relevant to this conversation anyway, to be frank. Horse-faced woman, you can leave. If you really need to go, if you feel like you need to go, move on.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then.
I disagree. I am a mean, lean fighting machine.
Yes, you taught gym in school. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
So who the fuck is my crazy... Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about the wife.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Kuro is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning.
I can see why my wife left me.
All the sports.
How does he go from a gym teacher to a cop?
High school. Harry, your goings on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Yeah, well, how did I become a cop?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to
Oh,
fight
get the
big
fuck
fight
out of
and be
here.
more than you are.
Oh,
All
get the fuck out of here.
Every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The
So
air
she
filled with the smell of
traded
smoke
up
and
from the
roses,
high school
and
gym teacher gone cop.
an ocean
Okay.
full of hope.
I'm getting a sense of this woman now. I'm not liking what I'm
I
sensing.
knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Most of the gym teachers that I've ever had have been extremely unathletic. I remember my gym teacher from elementary school was like 240 pounds and like 5'9", if even.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fuck you
He was
over.
extremely
Also,
out of
you were
shape.
drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora.
Yeah. Dora England, I think.
Engerland. You married a girl named Engerland?
Not Dora Dubois.
So we weren't even... It wasn't a marriage?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way
I was
before
like
my
this the
time.
entire... Does that mean the drinking actually led me to an increase in cases? Are you saying that my self-destructive ways have actually been beneficial for the cop community? And you're still shitting on me?
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Let's go with 3.
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year.
Also...
That and Dora England really tore you a new one. A big one.
Oof. Wasn't I like... I'm like 44 or something, 46, 42. I'm in like my mid-40s. So 6 years ago... I mean, if she's relatively similar in age to me, she's got to be like over 40. And not to say anything about women over 40, but at that point, you're basically passing, especially I feel like in a situation like this, the life expectancy can't be quite as high. You've already passed your midlife. Like, she can't even be that good looking anymore, surely. All like you tell me the fumes that come out of these fucking things are you know, their skin's not gonna be dry as hell at 45. I mean, half the people in this city look like they've been alive for 300 years. She can't be all that. There's no way. It must be the alcohol.
Incredibly bangable.
Okay, buddy. I can already see why you are the way that you are. Every single word out of this motherfucker's mouth justifies my hatred. And it makes it go even further. I hate him.
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Wayfish?
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
Wasn't the Welkin the...
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, The sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
No.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
That was my strategy. I went to counseling before, and I was like, actually, you know what? I need drugs. Like the things that are happening in here cannot be fixed by talking. I need somebody to dose the hell out of me. That's when I started going to a psychiatrist.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Some things just it's gotta be that way, you know.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
I certainly don't like you, sir.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Captain Price! From a Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, Captain Price. Soap.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're
Soap?
being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Who?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic, though. Torsen and McLean.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Did we recently shoot up a church?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office.
So, yet again, I just have to say this. I was a gym teacher. A gym teacher turned cop that had a hot wife that, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Screw her. And then I got to be a cop because I wanted to do big things for her. This motherfucker has only known me 6 years. And he got there after I was already divorced or whatever. We were already through with the wife. So my 200 plus cases that I've solved these past some odd years have been like absolutely fucked up out of my mind. I'm a specimen of humanity. And the fact that this dude is still as much of a absolute coattail riding bum as he is, when I have to be like inebriated like 99% of the time.
They speak of change.
And I still have all these cases solved. What the fuck is he doing?
They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches.
I wouldn't say remember. I think Tiago mentioned it.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance
Probably
is
because he doesn't
secure
know.
right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
I see.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
You're not one of them, I'm assuming.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Considering there's been 200 plus crimes that I've solved in like the last 6 to 10 years.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Absolutely fucked up on every single drug and any crazy illegal thing I can get my hands on. I don't know if they're lucky to have me necessarily. Maybe I just need to go, settle down in the country somewhere. Like here. Actually, you know what? Maybe I just need to do what that dude did and go get on an island somewhere.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
I do remember.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
She may or may not be divorced by the time that we get there.
Fine. If we're gonna drop
I did fail the check that was like try and say her marriage wasn't a sham or whatever. I didn't do that one because I have no suggestion. I had one suggestion, so it was like a 3% chance. I didn't even bother. So she might be divorced.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasimid. It's their discovery, in part.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really. I mean, they can have the and discovered by Harry Dubois, Double Lieutenant Freighter, and Kim Kitsuragi, with the assistance of, in really small font.
They should know.
They can get that sort of a shout out.
It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Because let's be honest, those fucking traps, with how big that thing was, those traps never would have worked. It was all me. It was all me. It was all me. It was me. What did they really do except kill a bunch of locusts? And they're also Gary is a fucking racist. Remember that? Remember Gary? The fucking dude who robbed the armor off the dead body and then like hates fucking hates everybody? The racist Gary? Do we really need to shout them out? Actually, you know what? Maybe we should just I suggest arresting Gary first and foremost, before anything.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report.
I shouldn't have let him go. I have one more bullet.
To be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
I'm curious to see, because you can find more than one bullet, and I didn't use more than one bullet. I am interested to know how many chances you have to shoot somebody in this game.
Detective, we just stopped the small
maybe Ruby is another one. Probably.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Are you saying we're partners, brother?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Kim, buddy. Kim, buddy, old pal. We've only known each other for 7 days, but we've done everything except fuck. And we can do that at a later date. So let's just get it over with. We're partners, bud.
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even consider...
You're not even in this conversation. Frankly, I don't know why you're still here.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
John, why don't you take your little horse-faced girlfriend here and just kind of fuck off? You're unneeded and you're useless.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi. Amazing. You know what? Honest to God, I know we're probably not getting a sequel to this game because like the main personality behind the game got like fired or whatever, and there was like a bad breakup, similar to how Kojima got canned from Konami. I did read that a long time ago, even though I'd never played this game or didn't know anything about it. I remembered that story because it was sad. If there was a sequel to this game that was literally just him and Kim in the fucking city solving crimes, that'd be amazing.
He's really considering it.
As he should. As he should.
Good.
Okay.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that motor carriage, by the way.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon.
Also, how is this going to affect my relationship with my lady love, the city? Do I also have a sensual relationship with Jamrock? Le Jamrock? Or is it just Revachol?
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles.
Ew.
Spring has come.
But how did that happen?
It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes.
What?
Dubois? Yes. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
First of all, we talking about a communist revolution again? Are we to side with Revachol?
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
When he does, he'll side with Revachol? Interesting. All the stolen gear. Fuck you, Jean. I have one bullet left. I should fucking shoot him in the kneecap. No. Don't you dare take his hand. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Gives me an embrace after all this shit. Helps me in. Leave him. God damn it. I can't believe this. Credits. Oh boy. That's already 12, man. I thought it was relatively close to the ending last night before I stopped. I didn't think I'd go another 6 hours. This game is incredible. It's probably the best. This is easily the best detective game I've ever played. There's really not too many detective games like just in general. You have like, I mean, I guess you could say like LA Noire is one. LA Noire is one. Sleeping Dogs, I guess, would count as like a detective. You're a cop. But most of those focus more on like the cinematic story, the one case story, whereas this actually felt like a detective just making his way through the world, like a Sherlock Holmes scenario. This is really cool. This is easily the best like detective. It honestly in some ways felt like Batman when you're going in. I think that aspect of it was cool too, that unlike a game like LA Noire, for instance, where everything's really like realistic and, you know, down to earth and whatnot, you have this motherfucker here that's visualizing the trajectory of a bullet from a mile away, exactly like what Batman does in like the Arkham games, where he can reconstruct crime scenes with his fucking thing, which is some of the coolest parts of those games. Some of the most fun of those games is being the detective, the greatest detective in the world. It's just not something that's shown too often. It's dedicated to very small segments of those games. And this is like a whole game that is just like a detective sequence in an Arkham game or something, which is so cool. Incredibly cool. Fritte. Oh, Fritte, okay. Elena Dent. Elena Dent? Yeah, honestly, like... Batman Arkham Knight or Arkham City, where he, like, goes around... Where he goes around and fucking... recreates crime scenes with Alfred on the other line, and he uses his like X-ray vision to see shit, is like the closest comparison I can think of to how this game plays. Just with the way that the visual calculus and stuff and the recreating the crime scenes and the deduction all works. Times have I died? I actually don't know. Not too many. I died a shit ton the very first day because I didn't know how the game worked. I died on the very first check in the game. I had a heart attack because I only had 1 health. Because in my head, I didn't know how the stats worked. So the way I made the character was with like max intelligence and boosted whatever the yellow one is. Like the athletic stuff. Because I was like, oh, intelligence and dex. So, yeah, the tie killed me. The tie made me have a heart attack because I only had 1 health. I had 1 physical. And one physical and one morale. So I woke up, I did the tie, and it insta-killed me. And so I had to recreate my character immediately. Once I started understanding how the game worked, though, I didn't suffer nearly as much because I always had one or two health items on me after a certain point. Are these the legs of the Phasmid? Who would have thought the fucking Phasmid, of all things? I thought I had failed that. I thought I failed the Phasmid quest. Because I didn't do something. I thought I just failed. And it was something I would have to experience in the second playthrough. I can't believe it somehow came back to be, like, integral to the main quest. That's crazy. That was a total surprise. Every time I kept getting those perception checks, in the back of my head, I kept thinking, oh, Phasmid. I was bullshitting myself. I didn't actually believe it. I need to get a drink of water. White for the cord. Hey, thanks for being here, Minerva. Thanks to anybody who's watched this playthrough. I know you were here from, like, I think the first day or second day. It's been a extremely fun time. What are you doing? You going to work, President? All right, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for recommending this game too. Your recommendation was one of the reasons I even decided to play this, because it was something I had in the back of my head that I wanted to play someday. But the fact that you recommended it to me is really the only reason I think I played it this early. Or when I did. I can't believe it's already time. I think I can skip this, right? No, I can't skip this. Whoops. I always skip credits. I'm one of those people. If it's something important after the credits, then it'll just cut straight to it. If skipping the credits also skips the scene, then it wasn't meant to be. Once again, President, thank you very much, man. Thank you for being here. Honestly, this has probably been my favorite day of this game thus far. The last couple hours of this game are fucking incredible. Incredible. This game has some meat to it too. This game has a lot of content. A lot of content. I am gonna do a second playthrough immediately. I'll start it tomorrow. How long did this take me? I wanna do drugs. That's gonna be the basis of my second playthrough, is I wanna do drugs. So we'll see how that goes. This took me... one... You shot... Don't chew the cord, Screecher. Stop. 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 Just do anything to get attention. Come here. This took me... So January 8th. So it took me like about a week. Took me right at a week. I figured the second playthrough would probably take me 3 days, 4 days maybe, max. Because I'm probably going to be skipping a lot of the dialogue, obviously, since I've already heard it, but... Interesting, so there's no New Game Plus. I was curious about that. It did feel like, because it felt like until the very end you were still getting, like, clothes. I was curious if there would be some way to transfer those over. But it does not seem so. The Thinker. Yeah. So, for this playthrough, for my very first playthrough, this was what I went with. 6114. 1 health and 1 psychic, or psyche. 1 health, or one physical health, 1 morale health. So that was a bad fucking idea. If I've ever had one before, that was just a bad idea. Now, understanding how the game works, I think actually the best thing to do is probably just do a straight even build. Because the clothes make up for it. The clothes matter more than the actual inherent bonuses. And every single thing. Maybe intellect wouldn't be as important because I don't really need encyclopedia logic for a second playthrough. Possibly. Also, I wanted to see, actually, is it... 1, 4, 5... Yeah, it's 8. So it is still 8. Yeah, okay. You get 8 points to play with no matter what. Sometimes games like this will make it so that way if you create your own build, it gives you more, it gives you less than the defaults. But it looks like it's the same. Okay. Oopsie. Other thing about it, I was actually going to start today, but it's already 12, so I did not think the end of the game would be that long. But this game has some meat, man. This game has some meat. I can't wait to get back into it tomorrow. I will have to think about what I actually... The other thing I was curious about for New Game Plus, I wondered if maybe for New Game Plus, because there's so many thoughts in the game, and you don't know the bonuses until after you've done the thoughts, and you have to spend a point to get the thought slot, and you also have to spend a point to then remove the thought once you've learned it. I was curious if, like, a New Game Plus, you would already have the ones discovered, so you would already know what their bonuses are. That felt like something like a New Game Plus would do. But since there isn't a New Game Plus, I will instead just pull up a cheat sheet. Pull up a cheat sheet before I learn anything, to see if it's worth it bonus-wise. The second playthrough is probably going to be a much worse ending for me, I imagine. We'll see. If I'm just doing hardcore drugs the entire time, it may not be a great ending for old Harry Boy the second time around. I think the only thing that I am unhappy with was the way the military situation was handled, because I rolled poorly. And then I would have liked to do something a little bit more with maybe, I really want suggestion on the second playthrough too. That's a huge one for me, because I want to do more with the dialogues with some of the women. Because I had one psyche, so I had no suggestion whatsoever. Anyway, this game's amazing. Let's see where it would be on my top all-time. For anybody who is just tuning into this channel for the very first time, I have a easily accessible best games that I've ever... Well, not best. It's my favorite games. My favorite games I have ever played. If there's not something on here, it probably means that I haven't played it. More than likely, I have not played it. There it is. Okay. As you can see, Fallout New Vegas, favorite game I've ever played, along with Deus Ex, Witcher 3, Prey 2017, and Baldur's Gate. Another recent entry, so now we have to add Disco Elysium. This is the Final Cut version. Immediately, it goes up here. Now the question is, I really like this top 10, but at the end of the day, things change. I like this game more than Persona 5. More than Yakuza 0. More than Nier Automata. More than Deus Ex. Yeah, probably. It may go right at number 10. Yakuza 0 is such an amazing story. And Nier Automata is one of the only games I've ever played that has actually left me with depression when I finished it. Nier Automata is one of those games that it's one of the only games I've ever played that has left me with a real visceral emotional reaction that has not gone away once the game is finished. This game's really cool and really emotional, but it didn't hit me quite like that. My bed's right there, by the way. I didn't just fling the cat into nothingness. No animal abuse here. Screecher. What? I don't know how to angle this. I'm sure he wants to be fed. I've feed him. Okay. This may change after I do my second playthrough, because there's still a ton of stuff I haven't experienced. But this is incredible. This game's amazing. This game is amazing. Amazing. I'm very excited to play it again. You smell. Did you step in your own shit or something? I can smell your little asshole from here. I need to give him a bath, but I really don't want to because it's cold as shit. Anyway. I'm gonna go feed his ass, his stanky little ass. God, I can smell you from here. What have you gotten into? Ugh. I gotta check on that. He may have stepped in his poo-poo or something. Oh no. Oh well, it's time for a bath anyway. Stream is over? You know what? I should add, hold on. Screech, don't get on my bed if you have, like, shit on you. Asshole. Copy. Stream over. Paste. Actually, I should have, hold on. I should have done it from full screen. You fool. There we go. Alright. Thanks for anyone that was here today. Garrock popped in for a bit. Happy birthday once again, man. Belated birthday. Well, I've said it like 3 days in a row. President, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here for the finale, man. And thanks for recommending this game to me. It was great. Minerva's Asylum. Minerva's Elysium. Appreciate it. Ivysaur, EG, popped in for a bit. Falfagus. Him was here for the entire beginning of the stream. Appreciate that. I will be on at 6 p.m. CST tomorrow. I do take Saturdays off nowadays just because it seems like a good idea. Like and follow, all that good shit. I'll be on tomorrow for some more of this. I am going to do a second playthrough, and then after that, maybe either Tyranny or Divinity Original Sin is what I'm thinking. Thank you. Have a nice night. Have a good weekend, everybody. It's almost the end of January already. What a time. What a time to be alive.